Hello and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Here we share real-life experiences of encounters with the unknown, stories that come from beyond the stars, crafted to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. I love seeing just how far this mystery reaches. Now find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let yourself be carried away. Story 1. I assured them the room was empty when I peeked in. The dust on the windowsill lay undisturbed, soft like a forgotten snowfall, catching the morning light in small glittering patches. Yet beneath the muted hum of the refrigerator there was a persistent ticking, a metronome to the silence. The air carried a faint hint of smoke, sharp and acrid. The pattern on the rug, slightly off-kilter, seemed to lead the eye to the narrow gap beneath the closet door. My pulse synchronized with that distant ticking, every beat pressing against the lie. The stillness hummed, waiting. To whoever finds this letter, if anyone ever does. I've been carrying this weight for so long now that I can't tell where it ends and I begin. Maybe you'll think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But I need to write this down before I forget how to form words, before the ticking drowns out everything else. I lied about that room being empty. I've been lying about a lot of things. You have to understand, I never meant for any of this to happen. I was just checking on the house while they were away, just doing a favor. Simple, safe, the kind of thing you do without thinking twice. But that room, God, that room knew I was coming before I even turned the handle. The ticking, it started the moment I stepped inside, though I swear I heard it in my dreams weeks before. Soft at first, like rain on glass, then louder, more insistent. It matched my heartbeat perfectly, and that should have been my first warning. Hearts don't tick, clocks don't beat, but there I was, standing in that doorway, and the boundary between the two began to blur. I told myself it was just an old house settling. Old houses make sounds, they creak and whisper and sigh, but this wasn't that kind of sound. This was deliberate, measured, patient. The smoke smell, I can taste it even now as I write this. It clings to the back of my throat like a memory I can't quite place. Not cigarettes, not wood burning, something else, something that made my eyes water and my skin prickle. I checked every corner, every outlet, every surface. Nothing, no source. Just that acrid bite in the air, growing stronger the longer I stayed. And I did stay. That's the part I can't explain to myself, let alone to you. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, to close that door and walk away. But my feet wouldn't move. My hands stayed frozen on the door frame. The ticking pulled me forward like a current. The rug beneath my feet, I stared at it for what felt like hours. The pattern was wrong somehow, geometric shapes that almost made sense but twisted just enough to hurt your eyes if you looked too long. It seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it, the lines rearranging themselves into new configurations, leading somewhere, always leading to that gap under the closet door. I should have left then, should have run. Instead, I knelt down. The gap was wider than it should have been, maybe 3 inches of pure darkness that seemed to swallow the light from the window. I pressed my cheek to the floor, trying to see inside, and the ticking grew so loud it felt like it was coming from inside my skull. My pulse hammered against my temples, and for a moment, just a moment, they synchronized completely. That's when I saw it. Not at them, the presences. I can't describe what they looked like because they weren't really there to be seen. They were impressions, shadows of shadows, movements in the corner of my eye that vanished the moment I turned my head. But I felt them watching me through that gap, studying me with an attention so intense it made my skin crawl. The air in the room grew thick, heavy like before a storm. The dust on the windowsill began to swirl in tiny cyclones, and the light changed, became softer, more golden, like sunset even though it was barely noon. Time stretched and contracted. Minutes felt like hours. Hours collapsed into seconds. I tried to stand to back away, but my legs wouldn't obey. The ticking was inside me now, replacing my heartbeat, rewiring something fundamental. I could feel them moving in the darkness beyond the closet door, patient and ancient and hungry for something I couldn't name. When I finally managed to pull myself away, to stumble backward toward the hallway, the silence that followed was worse than any sound. It was the silence of held breath, of something waiting, watching, planning. I closed the door behind me, but I knew it didn't matter. They had seen me. I had seen them. The connection was made. That was 3 months ago, or maybe 3 years. Time doesn't work the same way anymore. The ticking followed me home. It starts soft, usually around midnight, coming from inside the walls, sometimes from under the floorboards, sometimes from inside my chest. I've torn apart every clock in my house, removed every battery from every device that could possibly make that sound. It doesn't matter. The ticking isn't coming from anything I can fix or throw away. It's coming from me now. I catch myself moving to its rhythm, walking in time with it, breathing with it. My thoughts organize themselves around its steady pulse, and sometimes, God help me, I find it comforting, like a lullaby, like coming home. The smoke smell drifts through my apartment at odd hours. I'll be washing dishes or reading a book, and suddenly the air turns sharp and acrid. My neighbors don't smell it. My friends don't notice. It's just for me, a reminder that I brought something back from that room. Or maybe something followed me out. I see them sometimes in reflections, not my reflection, theirs, standing behind me in mirrors, in windows, in the black screen of my turned-off television. When I spin around, nothing's there, but I can feel the weight of their attention, heavy as a hand on my shoulder. They're patient, I'll give them that. The worst part isn't the fear anymore. I've lived with fear for so long it's become white noise, a constant hum in the background of everything I do. The worst part is how normal it's all starting to feel, how right. I'm changing, I can feel it happening in small increments, so gradual I almost don't notice. My heartbeat sounds different now, more metallic, more precise. My reflection looks unfamiliar, like someone wearing my face but getting the details slightly wrong. Friends stop calling, coworkers avoid eye contact. The mailman leaves my packages on the sidewalk instead of bringing them to the door. Maybe they can sense what I'm becoming. Maybe they know something I don't want to admit to myself. I dream about that room every night now. In the dreams, I never leave. I kneel by that gap under the closet door and press my eye to the darkness, and they press back from the other side. We watch each other through the void, and slowly, so slowly, I barely notice, I begin to understand what they want. They want me to open the door. They want me to let them through. And the terrible truth, the one I can barely write down even now, is that part of me wants to do it. Part of me is tired of carrying this weight alone, tired of being the only one who hears the ticking, who smells the smoke, who knows they're there. It would be so easy to go back, to turn that handle and step aside and let whatever needs to happen happen. I won't, though I can't, not yet. But I feel myself weakening. The ticking grows louder every day, more insistent. The gap under my own closet door seems wider now, darker. Sometimes I catch myself kneeling beside it, my cheek pressed to the floor, listening for movement in the shadows. They're so patient, so kind. They understand that change takes time, that becoming something new requires letting go of what you used to be. I understand now why I couldn't leave that room, why my feet wouldn't move, why my hand stayed frozen on the door frame. It wasn't fear that held me there. It was recognition. They weren't strangers hiding in the darkness. They were what I was always meant to become. What I'm still becoming, one tick at a time, one breath at a time, one heartbeat at a time. If you find this letter, if you're reading these words, then I'm probably gone. Not dead gone. There's a difference, though I can't explain what it is. I just know that when the ticking finally stops, when the smoke clears, when the gap under the closet door opens wide enough for me to step through, I'll understand everything. And maybe, if you're very quiet, if you listen carefully to the spaces between sounds, you'll hear me ticking back at you from somewhere far away and very close. The room is waiting. It's always been waiting. And now finally so am I. Story 2. The last sheet of paper slid into the drawer and the metallic drawer front gleamed in the dim room. With a slight shiver, I noticed the chill crispness of the air embracing my skin, an unnatural stillness lingering in the office's shadowed corners. My fingers traced over the drawer's edge, catching on a jagged imperfection that wasn't there before. The scent of varnish hung thick, as if trying to mask something else beneath. As I stepped back, a subtle shift in the floor beneath me whispered an unsettling tale. Nothing happened that night. I want to make that clear from the start. Whatever you might think you're about to hear, it didn't really happen. Not the way you'd understand it anyway. I was probably just tired. Working late does things to your mind, makes you see patterns where there aren't any, hear sounds that aren't really there. The office was empty, like it always is after hours. Just me and the hum of the ventilation system, which wasn't actually humming that night now that I think about it. But that doesn't mean anything. Systems shut down sometimes. Automatic timers, perfectly normal. I didn't see anything unusual when I walked to the elevator. The hallway was the same as always, with those fluorescent lights casting their usual pale glow, except they seemed different somehow. More focused, like they were pointing at something specific, but I wasn't looking at anything specific. I was just walking, keeping my eyes straight ahead, not paying attention to the way the shadows seemed to bend at wrong angles. The elevator doors opened immediately when I pressed the button. No waiting. That should have been my first clue that nothing was wrong, because everything was working exactly as it should. The interior was the same boring beige I'd seen 1,000 times before, though I don't remember the walls having that slight curve to them. But memory plays tricks. Lighting can make straight lines look bent. I pressed the button for the ground floor and the elevator started moving, down like it was supposed to. The numbers counted backward on the display 3, 2, 1 ground, except the display wasn't showing numbers. It was showing symbols I didn't recognize, but that's impossible because I clearly remember watching the numbers count down. My mind was just filling in details that weren't there. The doors opened onto the lobby and I walked across the marble floor toward the exit. My footsteps echoed in the empty space, that sharp click of dress shoes on stone, though the sound seemed to come from above me instead of below, like someone was walking on the ceiling, matching my pace exactly. But that's ridiculous. Sound bounces strangely in large spaces. Everyone knows that. I pushed through the glass doors and stepped outside into the night air. It was cool and refreshing, exactly what I needed after a long day. The street was quiet, peaceful even. No traffic, no pedestrians, just the gentle whisper of wind through the trees. Except there aren't any trees on that street. It's all concrete and steel. But I must be thinking of a different street, or maybe I was more distracted than I realized. The walk to my car was uneventful. I found it in the parking garage where I'd left it, under the bright security lights that weren't actually on. The bulbs must have burned out, but there was still enough light to see by. A soft, blue-white glow that seemed to come from the concrete itself, though concrete doesn't emit light. It was probably just reflecting illumination from somewhere else. I got in my car and started the engine. It turned over immediately, purring like it always does. The radio came on automatically, tuned to the station I always listened to, except instead of music, there was just static. White noise, almost like breathing if you listened carefully enough. But I wasn't listening carefully. I turned it off and drove home in silence. The roads were empty, which made sense for that hour. I didn't pass a single other car, didn't see any signs of life anywhere. Just empty streets stretching out under the streetlights that cast everything in that same strange blue glow. Municipal lighting systems sometimes use different bulb types. There's nothing unusual about that. I don't remember much about the drive itself. Just the steady rhythm of the engine, the soft whisper of tires on asphalt, and the way my hands felt strange on the steering wheel. Like they weren't quite my hands, or like the wheel was made of something that wasn't quite plastic. But I was tired. Fatigue affects perception in all sorts of ways. When I got home, everything was normal. My house looked exactly the same as always, sitting quietly in its neat little row with all the other houses. The porch light was on, just like I'd left it, though I could have sworn I'd forgotten to turn it on that morning. But automatic timers explain that. I probably set one up and forgot about it. I parked in the driveway and walked to the front door. The key slid into the lock smoothly, turned easily, and the door opened without a sound. I stepped inside and immediately felt better. Home is supposed to feel safe, familiar, and mine did. The living room was exactly as I'd left it, furniture in all the right places, everything clean and organized. I went straight upstairs to get ready for bed. The routine was comforting after such a long day. Brush teeth, wash face, change clothes, all perfectly normal activities that helped me feel grounded again. Though I noticed my reflection in the bathroom mirror looked different somehow, paler, like I'd been inside for weeks instead of hours. But bathroom lighting is notoriously unflattering. Everyone looks worse under those harsh bulbs. I got into bed and pulled the covers up to my chin. The sheets felt crisp and cool against my skin, exactly the way I like them. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but my mind kept wandering back to the office. Not because anything had happened there, but because I couldn't stop thinking about how normal everything had been. The way the drawer had felt warm under my fingers, even though metal doesn't generate heat on its own. The way the air had tasted slightly metallic, like I was breathing through a screen. The way the silence had felt heavy, deliberate, like something was holding its breath along with me. But these weren't memories of real events. They were just my tired brain making connections that didn't exist, creating narrative where there was none. The mind does that sometimes, especially when you're stressed or overworked. It fills in gaps with fiction. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Sunlight was streaming through the bedroom windows, birds were singing outside, and everything felt normal again. I got up, showered, dressed, and went downstairs for breakfast. The newspaper was on the front porch where it always is, and the coffee maker had started automatically, just like it's programmed to do. During breakfast, I tried to remember what I'd been so worried about the night before. Something about the office, about walking to my car, about the drive home. But the details were fuzzy now, like trying to recall a dream after you've been awake too long. That's how you know it wasn't real. Real memories stay sharp. I went to work that day like I always do. Took the same route, parked in the same spot, rode the elevator to the same floor. Everything was exactly as it should be. The hallway lights were their normal fluorescent white, not that strange focused blue I thought I remembered. The elevator displayed proper numbers, not mysterious symbols. The office hummed with the familiar sound of ventilation and computers. My desk was exactly as I'd left it, with all my papers filed away in their proper drawers. I pulled open the top drawer to retrieve something, and my fingers traced along the edge out of habit. The metal was smooth and cool, with no jagged imperfections. Whatever I thought I'd felt the night before had been a trick of tired nerves. Throughout the day, I found myself thinking about the previous evening less and less. By afternoon, I'd almost forgotten there had been anything to think about at all. Just another ordinary night at the office, followed by an ordinary drive home. The kind of routine experience that doesn't stick in memory because there's nothing remarkable about it. But sometimes, when I wasn't paying attention, I'd catch myself listening for something. A sound that wasn't quite silence, a presence that wasn't quite absence. And sometimes, just for a moment, I'd feel like someone was walking on the ceiling above me, matching my footsteps exactly. These moments passed quickly, though, dismissed as easily as they came, because nothing had happened that night in the office, nothing at all. I stayed late again today, finishing up some paperwork that couldn't wait until tomorrow. The building is quiet now, just like it was before. The ventilation system has stopped humming again, and the hallway lights have that same focused quality I don't remember noticing. But that's fine. Everything is exactly as it should be. I'm about to file these last few papers and head home. The drawer is waiting for me, and I can already feel how warm the metal will be under my fingers. Story 3. The morning fog clung tightly to the windows, leaving the view beyond a blurry mystery while the smell of brewed coffee lingered, curling up through the solitary kitchen. A gentle draft whispered through the hallway, its origin uncertain. The faint creak of an upstairs step was the only indication of movement in the seemingly empty house. Beneath the door to the study, a thin strip of light cast a curious sliver on the worn carpet, whispering of a presence that shouldn't be there. Silence hovered, dense and full, as if withholding a secret only the walls could hear. I've been sitting here for what feels like hours, staring at this coffee cup that's grown cold in my hands. The liquid inside has formed a thin film across the surface, and when I tilt it slightly, the reflection doesn't quite match my face. There's something wrong with my eyes in that reflection. They look too wide, too aware of something I can't remember. 3 weeks ago, I woke up on my living room floor. The carpet had left deep impressions on my cheek, and my mouth tasted like copper pennies. I couldn't remember going to sleep there. I couldn't remember much of anything from the previous evening, actually. Just fragments, pieces of something that felt important but slipped away every time I tried to focus on them. The doctors said it was probably exhaustion, stress. They used words like dissociative episode and temporary amnesia, but their voices sounded hollow, like they were reading from a script they didn't quite believe. I nodded and took their pamphlets about sleep hygiene and managing anxiety, but deep down, I knew this was something else entirely. I've always had a good memory. I can recall conversations from years ago, remember exactly where I left my keys, what I ate for lunch on any given day. But there's this gap now, this smooth, empty space where something used to be. It's like someone took an eraser to a specific section of my mind and cleaned it so thoroughly that not even the indentations remain. The only reason I know something happened is because of the changes, small things mostly. The way shadows seem to move differently in my peripheral vision, how certain frequencies on the radio make my skin crawl, the fact that I can't sleep with my back to any open doorways anymore, though I can't explain why. Yesterday, while cleaning out old files on my computer, I found something. A folder buried deep in my documents, labeled with a series of numbers I didn't recognize. Inside was a single audio file, recorded on the same device I use for work meetings. The timestamp showed it was created the night before I woke up on the floor. I've listened to it 17 times now. Each time I hear something different. The recording starts with the familiar hum of my air conditioning unit, then my own voice, though it sounds strange, distant, like I'm speaking from the bottom of a well. Testing, is this thing working? Okay, it's working. I need to document this because I don't think I'm going to remember it clearly afterward. They don't want us to remember it clearly. There's a pause and I can hear my own breathing, rapid and shallow. Then that voice again, my voice but not quite right. The lights started around sunset, not normal lights. They move wrong, like they're swimming through the air instead of flying. And the sound they make, it's not mechanical, it's organic, like something breathing through water. The recording quality shifts here, becoming muffled, as if the microphone is being covered and uncovered rhythmically. In the background, there's a low thrumming sound that makes my teeth ache when I listen through headphones. I can see them from the kitchen window now, 3 of them moving in formation but not quite synchronized. Sometimes one falls behind, and when it catches up, it's changed position completely, like it folded through space instead of traveling through it. My voice on the recording becomes more agitated, the words coming faster. There's someone at the door, no, not someone, something, it's knocking, but the sound is coming from inside the house. That doesn't make sense. How can knocking come from inside, unless it's already here, unless it was always here and I just started noticing? The audio cuts out abruptly, leaving only static. But if I listen carefully, really carefully, I can hear something underneath the white noise. A rhythm, like a heartbeat, but too slow, too deliberate to be human. Listening to this recording triggered the first real memory fragment I've had since waking up on the floor. It came suddenly while I was washing dishes, my hands submerged in warm, soapy water. The sensation of wetness somehow unlocked something, and for just a moment I was back there. I remember standing in my kitchen, looking out the window at the darkening sky. The air felt thick, charged with electricity like before a thunderstorm, but there were no clouds. Instead, there were those lights. They moved with purpose, creating patterns in the air that hurt to look at directly. Geometric shapes that folded in on themselves, defying the basic rules of how objects should behave in 3-dimensional space. The memory is vivid but incomplete, like a photograph with sections torn away. I can recall the feeling of my bare feet on the cold kitchen tiles, the way my breath fogged the window glass, but I can't remember what happened next. The sequence just stops, cutting to black like a film reel snapping in half. Since finding that recording, other things have started surfacing. Not memories exactly, but evidence that something occurred. A notebook I don't remember keeping, filled with sketches in my handwriting. The drawings show impossible architectural structures, buildings that seem to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Staircases that lead both up and down at the same time, doorways that open onto themselves. The sketches are detailed, precise, drawn with the kind of technical accuracy I've never possessed. My usual doodles are crude stick figures and basic geometric shapes, but these drawings show an understanding of perspective and spatial relationships that feels foreign to my own abilities. It's as if someone else guided my hand while I was unconscious of the process. At the bottom of one page, in my own handwriting, but in a script more careful than my usual scrawl, is a single line. The architecture changes when observed directly, must approach peripherally. I have no memory of writing those words, but they feel significant, important. Like instructions I gave myself for a situation I knew I wouldn't remember clearly. The second major fragment came while I was examining these sketches. I was sitting at my desk, tracing the lines of one particularly complex drawing with my finger, when the world around me seemed to shift slightly. The walls of my study appeared to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched the hidden heartbeat in the audio recording. Suddenly I was somewhere else entirely, not physically, but mentally. I was standing in a room that looked like my living room but wasn't quite right. The proportions were off. The ceiling was too high and the walls met at angles that created impossible corners. The furniture was my furniture, but it was arranged in configurations that made no sense. Chairs stacked on top of each other in precarious towers. The coffee table suspended somehow in midair, rotating slowly around its center axis. In this distorted version of my home, I wasn't alone. There were figures moving through the space, but I couldn't look at them directly. Every time I tried to focus on one, it would slip away to my peripheral vision, like trying to see a faint star by looking straight at it. They were tall, elongated, and they moved with a fluid grace that suggested they weren't bound by the same physical limitations as everything else in the room. The figures seemed to be examining things, my things. They would approach objects with what felt like curiosity, touching them with appendages that weren't quite hands, weren't quite tentacles, but something in between. When they touched something, it would change, not dramatically, but subtly. A book might become slightly thicker. A lamp might shift from brass to silver. Small alterations that you might not notice unless you were looking for them. One of the figures approached me, and I felt a presence in my mind, not thoughts exactly, but impressions, concepts that didn't translate well into human language. There was a sense of apology or perhaps regret, the feeling that this intrusion was necessary but not desired, that they were as uncomfortable with the process as I was. The vision ended as abruptly as it began, leaving me back in my study, staring at the sketches with a growing sense of unease. But now I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The room around me, my actual study, had changed in small ways. The books on my shelf were arranged differently. A pen that had been blue was now black. The photograph on my desk showed the same scene, but the shadows fell in a slightly different direction. These changes should have been alarming, but instead they felt familiar. Like coming home to find that someone had rearranged your furniture while you were away, but had done so with such care and attention to your preferences that the new arrangement actually felt more comfortable than the original. I started keeping a journal after that, documenting every small change I noticed, every fragment of memory that surfaced. The act of writing seemed to help stabilize the memories, give them weight and substance they otherwise lacked, but it also revealed patterns that were deeply disturbing. The changes weren't random. They followed a logic that I couldn't quite grasp but could sense at the edges of my understanding. Each alteration seemed designed to make my environment more conducive to something, but conducive to what, I couldn't say. The third fragment came while I was reviewing my journal entries. I had been writing about the way shadows seemed to move independently of their sources when suddenly the pen in my hand began to vibrate. Not violently, but with a subtle oscillation that sent tingles up my arm. The vibration triggered another memory, this one more complete than the previous ones. I was back in that distorted version of my living room, but now I could see more clearly. The figures moving through the space weren't just examining objects, they were performing some kind of procedure on me. I was lying on what should have been my couch, but was now something that resembled an examination table. The surface was smooth and warm, almost organic in texture. The figures surrounded me, their not quite hands moving over my body without actually touching it. I could feel their attention like a physical weight pressing down on different parts of my consciousness. The procedure wasn't painful, but it was profoundly unsettling. I could sense them sorting through my memories like files in a cabinet, selecting some to preserve, others to modify, and still others to remove entirely. The process felt clinical, methodical, but also somehow compassionate. They took only what they needed to take, changed only what they needed to change. During this process, I became aware of why they were doing this, not through words or explanations, but through direct transfer of understanding. They existed in spaces between spaces, in the gaps that occur when reality bends back on itself. Their presence in our dimension was temporary and necessary, part of some larger pattern that human consciousness wasn't equipped to comprehend fully. The memory modification wasn't cruelty, it was kindness. The complete truth of their existence and purpose would have been devastating to a human mind. The fragments they left behind were carefully calibrated to allow for gradual understanding, a slow adaptation that wouldn't result in complete psychological collapse. But something had gone wrong with my procedure. Some aspect of my consciousness had proven more resilient than expected, more capable of retaining and reconstructing the modified memories. I wasn't supposed to be able to piece together these fragments. The fact that I could suggested either a flaw in their process or an unusual quality in my own mental architecture. This realization should have been terrifying, but instead it filled me with a strange sense of privilege. I had been chosen in a way, selected for an experience that most humans would never have, could never have. The price was a fundamental alteration in how I perceived reality, but perhaps that wasn't entirely a bad thing. The fourth fragment surfaced while I was cooking dinner. I was chopping vegetables, the rhythmic sound of the knife against the cutting board creating a meditative state when the smell hit me. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable beneath the aroma of onions and garlic, but it grew stronger, more distinct. New plastic and cold blood, an impossible combination that shouldn't exist, but there it was, filling my nostrils with its strange, antiseptic sweetness. The smell triggered the most vivid memory yet. I was back in the examination room, but now I could see the figures more clearly. They weren't quite as alien as I had initially perceived. Their forms were adaptable, shifting between configurations that were more and less human, depending on what would be least disturbing to observe. When they needed to perform delicate work, they became more mechanical, their appendages taking on the precision of surgical instruments. When they needed to communicate reassurance, their forms softened, becoming more organic, more familiar. It was a kind of camouflage, but one designed for psychological comfort rather than physical concealment. I watched them work on my memories with fascination rather than fear. The process was beautiful in its complexity. Each memory was like a delicate web of interconnected associations, and they had to carefully untangle the threads they wanted to remove without damaging the overall structure. It required incredible skill and patience. But I also realized that I was watching this from an impossible perspective. I was simultaneously the subject of the procedure and an observer of it. Part of my consciousness had been separated out, allowed to witness what was happening to the rest of me. This separation wasn't accidental. They wanted me to remember this part. They wanted me to understand, at least partially, what had been done and why. The memory ended with one of the figures approaching my separated consciousness directly. Its form was more stable now, less fluid, and I could see what might have been a face. Not human, but not entirely alien either. There was something almost familiar about it, as if I were looking at a distant relative whose features had been subtly altered by generations of adaptation to a different environment. It communicated a final message, not in words but in pure concept. The procedure was complete but not permanent. The modifications would hold for a while, but my particular type of consciousness would gradually work to restore the original patterns. This was acceptable, even desired. The gradual recovery would serve a purpose they couldn't explain directly, but which would become clear in time. Then I was back in my kitchen, holding a knife over a cutting board full of vegetables, the smell of new plastic and cold blood fading back into the more mundane aromas of cooking food. But the kitchen had changed again. The refrigerator hummed at a slightly different frequency. The light fixture cast shadows that fell at impossible angles. The window showed a view that was almost, but not quite, the same as the one I remembered. These changes no longer disturbed me. Instead, they felt like confirmations, proof that the memories were real, that the procedure had actually happened. Each small alteration was a breadcrumb leading back to the truth of that experience. I began to understand that I was living in multiple realities simultaneously. The baseline reality where I went to work, paid bills, and maintained the mundane routines of human existence. And the altered reality where the laws of physics were more flexible, where consciousness could be separated and modified, where beings from between spaces could perform impossible procedures on human minds. The two realities overlapped and intersected in ways that created constant small discrepancies. Objects that existed in one but not the other. Memories that belonged to different versions of events. Sensory experiences that had no source in the baseline reality but were perfectly normal in the altered one. Living with this dual awareness was like being bilingual in realities. I could function normally in the baseline world, but I was always conscious of the other layer beneath it. The hidden architecture that most people couldn't see, the subtle signs that things weren't quite as straightforward as they appeared. The final major fragment came while I was reviewing the audio recording for what must have been the 50th time. I had been focusing on the background sounds, trying to isolate and identify each component when I heard something new. Or rather, something that had always been there but which I was only now capable of perceiving. Underneath the static, beneath the rhythmic heartbeat sound, there was a voice. Not human, but not entirely alien either. It was speaking in a language that had no words, communicating in pure meaning that bypassed the normal processes of linguistic interpretation. The voice was explaining the purpose of the procedure, the reason for the memory modifications. What I had experienced wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a much larger process. Humanity was being gradually prepared for something, not invasion or conquest, but integration. A slow adaptation that would allow for eventual direct contact without the psychological devastation that would result from sudden, complete exposure. The procedures were being performed on selected individuals across the globe, people with specific types of consciousness that could handle partial knowledge and gradual revelation. We were test subjects, but also pioneers, the first humans to begin the slow transition toward a broader understanding of reality. Some of us would recover more memories than others. Some would integrate the experience smoothly into their existing worldview. Others would struggle with the contradictions and inconsistencies. But all of us would serve as bridges between the old understanding and the new one that was coming. The voice explained that the changes in my environment weren't side effects of the procedure, but deliberate modifications designed to help me adapt. Each small alteration was pushing reality slightly closer to the configuration it would eventually take when the integration was complete. I was living in a preview of the future, a test environment where the new rules were gradually being implemented. This should have been overwhelming, but instead it felt like a relief. Finally, an explanation that made sense of all the fragments, all the inconsistencies. I wasn't losing my mind or experiencing some kind of breakdown. I was evolving, adapting, becoming something more than what I had been before. But even as this understanding settled into place, I realized it was incomplete. The voice in the recording was telling me only what I was ready to hear, revealing only what I was capable of processing. There were deeper layers, more complex truths that were still being held back until I was ready for them. The knowledge that there was more to discover should have been exciting, but instead it filled me with a growing unease. If they were still controlling what I remembered, still managing my gradual awakening to the truth, then how could I be sure that anything I thought I understood was real? How could I trust my own perceptions when I knew they had been deliberately altered? This doubt began to poison my newfound understanding. Every memory fragment, every small change in my environment, every moment of clarity became suspect. Was I really recovering suppressed memories, or was I experiencing a carefully orchestrated illusion designed to make me think I was discovering the truth while actually being fed a more elaborate lie? The paranoia grew slowly, like a cancer in my consciousness. I started questioning everything: the authenticity of the audio recording, the reality of the sketches in my notebook, the significance of the environmental changes. Even my own thoughts became suspect. How could I tell which ideas were genuinely mine and which had been planted during the procedure? I began to notice new patterns, more subtle than the previous ones. The way certain thoughts would occur to me at specific times, as if triggered by external cues I couldn't identify. The way my emotional responses to certain stimuli seemed slightly off, as if they had been fine-tuned to produce particular reactions. The way my dreams had taken on a structure and coherence that felt artificial, too organized to be the product of natural, unconscious processes. Was I really a pioneer in humanity's evolution, or was I simply a more sophisticated test subject? Was the gradual revelation of truth actually happening, or was I being led through an elaborate maze designed to keep me occupied while something else entirely was taking place? The worst part was that I couldn't tell the difference. The false memories and the real ones felt equally authentic. The planted thoughts and the genuine ones carried the same sense of personal ownership. If the procedure had been sophisticated enough to modify my consciousness at such a fundamental level, then it was certainly sophisticated enough to make me believe I was discovering the truth when I was actually being fed a carefully constructed narrative. This realization brought me to where I am now, sitting in my study, staring at walls that may or may not be the same walls I've always known, surrounded by objects that might be genuine or might be elaborate props in a stage set designed for an audience of one. The coffee cup in my hands has grown cold, and the reflection in its surface still doesn't quite match my face. But now I'm not sure if that's because reality has been altered, or because I have been altered so thoroughly that I no longer recognize my own reflection. The morning fog outside the windows has lifted, revealing a view that looks exactly like the one I remember from before all of this began. But exactness itself has become suspicious. If they wanted to maintain the illusion of normalcy, wouldn't they make sure everything looked exactly as it should? I can hear footsteps upstairs, slow and deliberate, moving from room to room as if conducting a careful inspection. The sound should alarm me, but instead it feels familiar, expected, as if I've been waiting for this moment, this return visit, this next phase of whatever process I've become part of. The light beneath the study door flickers slightly, casting shifting patterns on the worn carpet. The patterns look almost like symbols, like a language written in shadow and illumination. I should be afraid, but fear seems like an inappropriate response to something that feels so inevitable. I set down the coffee cup and listen to the footsteps above. They're moving toward the stairs now, beginning their descent. Each step is measured, purposeful, unhurried. There's no attempt at stealth, no effort to conceal the approach. Whatever is coming wants me to know it's coming. The audio recording is still open on my computer, the waveform displayed across the screen like a visual representation of my fragmented memories. As I watch, new peaks and valleys appear in the pattern, as if the file is being modified in real time. The additions are subtle, barely noticeable, but they're there. The evidence of my experience is being updated, refined, improved. I realize now that the investigation was never really mine. I was allowed to find the clues, permitted to piece together the fragments, guided toward the conclusions I thought I was discovering independently. Even this moment of realization, this understanding of how thoroughly I've been manipulated, might be just another layer of the illusion. The footsteps have reached the bottom of the stairs and are moving down the hallway toward the study. I can see the shadow beneath the door shifting as the approaching figure passes by the light source. The shadow is wrong, cast at angles that don't match the position of the light, falling in directions that defy basic geometry. But wrong has become a relative concept. In a reality where consciousness can be separated and modified, where beings exist in the spaces between spaces, where memory itself can be edited like a document, what does it mean for something to be wrong? Perhaps wrong is just another word for unfamiliar, and unfamiliar is just another word for new. The doorknob turns slowly, silently, with the smooth precision of a mechanism that has been perfectly maintained. The door swings open to reveal a figure that is both exactly what I expected and nothing like what I expected. It is familiar and strange, human and other, real and impossible. It looks at me with eyes that reflect depths I cannot fathom, and I understand that this is not an ending but a continuation. The investigation was never about recovering lost memories. It was about preparing me for what comes next. The fragments I pieced together weren't remnants of a past experience but previews of an ongoing one. The figure steps into the room and reality shifts around it like water accommodating a stone. The walls breathe, the floor ripples, and the very air takes on the consistency of something between liquid and gas. I am no longer in my study, but I am not somewhere else either. I am in the space between where I was and where I am going. The figure extends something that might be a hand, and I understand that I have a choice to make. I can resist, cling to the fragments of my original reality, fight to maintain the illusion that I am still the same person who woke up on the living room floor with gaps in his memory. Or I can accept what I am becoming, embrace the evolution that has already begun, step willingly into the space between spaces where truth and illusion are just different words for the same thing. I reach out to take the offered hand, and as our fingers touch, I realize that I have been here before. This moment, this choice, this revelation, they are all familiar because they are all recurring. How many times have I sat in the study, piecing together these same fragments, reaching these same conclusions, making this same choice? The investigation never ends because it never began. It simply is eternal and ongoing, a loop of discovery and forgetting and rediscovery that serves purposes beyond my understanding. I am not the investigator, but the investigation itself, not the subject of the procedure, but the procedure itself, not the observer of reality, but reality itself observing its own infinite variations. And as this understanding settles into place, as complete and temporary as all the understandings that came before it, I hear my own voice beginning to speak, recording new fragments for the next iteration of myself to discover. Testing, is this thing working? Okay, it's working. I need to document this because I don't think I'm going to remember it clearly afterward. The cycle begins again, and I smile, because forgetting is just another word for the opportunity to discover the same truth for the first time, over and over, forever. But in the moment before the memory modification takes hold, before I return to the living room floor to wake up confused and disoriented, I catch a glimpse of something that shouldn't be there. In the reflection of the coffee cup, in the shadow beneath the door, in the space between one breath and the next. Something is watching the watchers, investigating the investigators, modifying the modifiers. And it has been waiting patiently for me to notice it, cycle after cycle, fragment after fragment, until finally I am ready to ask the question that will change everything. Who is conducting the procedure on them? Story 4. Carpet felt softer beneath my feet, the fibers unusually pliant as I crossed the room. The sequence of morning rituals hung suspended, each action slightly misaligned, disconnected. The kettle hummed, but the water remained cool. Steam rose, however, from somewhere unseen. My fingers traced the edge of the table, only to pause at an unfamiliar roughness, a scuff that hadn't been there before. The room edged into focus, blurring at the corners. The shadows here were my own, yet they nudged just out of time. As I reached for the chair, it shifted, almost imperceptibly, as if having anticipated my touch before I even moved. Something happened to me. I know this with the same certainty that I know my own breath, yet the details slip away like water through cupped hands. The knowledge sits heavy in my chest, a weight without shape or substance. I am different now, changed in ways I cannot articulate. The world feels familiar yet foreign, as if I'm viewing it through glass that has been subtly warped. I've been living with this absence for weeks now, this hollow space where memories should reside. The feeling is not unlike waking from a dream that felt important, vital even, only to have it dissolve the moment consciousness takes hold. But this is worse. This feels deliberate, surgical in its precision. The first concrete clue came from my own device, buried in a folder I don't remember creating. The audio file bore no name, just a string of numbers that meant nothing to me. When I pressed play, my own voice emerged from the speakers, but speaking words I couldn't recall saying. "The recording is necessary," my voice said, tinged with an urgency that sounded foreign coming from my throat. "Something is happening here. The air tastes different, metallic, sharp, like breathing through copper wire." Static crackled through the recording, not the familiar white noise of poor reception, but something more organic, rhythmic, almost like breathing. My recorded voice continued, growing more distant despite the consistent volume. The lights started changing around midnight, not dimming or brightening, but shifting. The color temperature keeps fluctuating, warm yellow to cold blue, but there are other hues in between that I don't have names for, colors that seem to exist just outside normal perception. I paused the recording, my finger hovering over the screen. The room around me felt suddenly too quiet, as if the world had stopped breathing. When I resumed playback, my voice had changed again, become flatter, more mechanical. I can hear something moving above me, not footsteps, something that drags. The sound starts in one corner and travels in a perfect straight line to the opposite wall, then stops, then begins again. The pattern never varies. The recording ended abruptly, cutting off mid-sentence. I sat staring at the device, trying to summon any recollection of speaking these words, of experiencing these phenomena. Nothing came, only a faint sensation, like the memory of cold water on skin after the wetness has dried. I played the file again, listening more carefully this time. Beneath my voice, woven through the static, were other sounds. Faint electronic tones that seemed to shift in frequency, creating harmonics that made my teeth ache. and something else, something that might have been voices, speaking in a language I couldn't identify, or perhaps speaking backwards, the syllables falling in unnatural patterns. The first fragment hit me as I was examining the audio waveform on my screen. The visual representation of sound triggered something, a cascade of sensation that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. I was standing in a room I recognized but couldn't place. The walls were the same color as my current space, but the proportions felt wrong, as if the ceiling had been raised or the floor lowered. The air carried that metallic taste my recorded voice had described, sharp and invasive, coating the inside of my mouth with each breath. Lights moved across the walls, not cast by any visible source. They weren't shadows or reflections, but actual illumination, patches of brightness that flowed like liquid mercury. The lights pulsed in rhythm with something I couldn't identify, a beat that seemed to originate from within my own chest, yet felt completely alien. I tried to move in this memory fragment, to turn my head or step forward, but my body felt disconnected, unresponsive. I was an observer in my own experience, watching through eyes that no longer felt entirely mine. The sensation was profoundly unsettling, like being a passenger in my own consciousness. The fragment dissolved as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving me gasping in my chair, the audio file still playing on loop. But now I could hear more in the recording, details that hadn't been apparent before. The dragging sound my voice had described was there, buried in the background noise. And beneath that, something that might have been my own breathing, but too slow, too deep, as if my lungs had been replaced with bellows. I created a new folder on my device and began collecting evidence. Screenshots of the audio waveform, notes about the fragments as they emerged, anything that might help me piece together what had happened. The process felt both urgent and futile, like trying to catch smoke with a net. The second fragment came while I was examining a photograph I'd found on my device. The image showed my living space, but taken from an angle that should have been impossible given the room's layout. The perspective was too high, as if the camera had been positioned near the ceiling, yet there was no way to achieve such a vantage point. In the photograph, I could see myself sitting in the chair where I now sat, but my posture was wrong. My head was tilted at an unnatural angle, turned almost completely around to look directly at the camera. My expression was blank, eyes wide but unfocused, mouth slightly open as if I'd been interrupted mid-word. As I studied the image, the second fragment overwhelmed me with its intensity. The power had failed, but only partially. Some devices continued to function while others went dark, creating a patchwork of illumination that defied any logical electrical pattern. The refrigerator hummed steadily, its light casting a pale glow, while the overhead fixtures remained dead. But my computer screen blazed with unusual brightness, displaying patterns I'd never seen before, geometric forms that seemed to move independently of any software I recognized. Behind me I could sense a presence, not see or hear, but feel with a certainty that made my skin crawl. Something large enough to cast a shadow, but when I tried to turn around, my body refused to obey. My muscles had become foreign territory, responding to commands I wasn't giving. The presence moved closer. I could feel its approach like a change in air pressure, the way the atmosphere shifts before a storm. It made no sound that I could identify as footsteps or breathing, yet I knew it was there with absolute conviction. The knowledge was written into my nervous system, bypassing rational thought entirely. When it spoke, the sound didn't come from behind me as expected, but from inside my own head. Not thoughts or words, but pure information, concepts without language. The communication bypassed my ears entirely, arriving directly in my consciousness like data being downloaded into a computer. The fragment ended with the sensation of something touching the back of my neck, not fingers or claws, but something else, something that felt both solid and incorporeal, leaving no physical trace, yet somehow marking me permanently. I jerked back to the present, my hand instinctively reaching for the base of my skull. The skin there felt normal, but underneath, deeper than flesh, something had changed. The alteration was subtle but undeniable, like a recalibration of some fundamental system. The investigation was changing me, or perhaps revealing changes that had already occurred. I began to notice discrepancies in my daily environment, small variations that accumulated into a persistent sense of wrongness. My reflection in the bathroom mirror occasionally lagged behind my movements by fractions of a second. The shadows cast by familiar objects fell at angles that defied the room's lighting. Sounds that should have been muffled by walls carried with unusual clarity, while others seemed to be absorbed by the air itself. I started leaving voice memos for myself, documenting these observations in real time. But when I played them back, my voice often said things I didn't remember speaking, or discussed events that felt simultaneously foreign and familiar. "The smell is getting stronger," one recording informed me, "like new plastic and cold blood. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's wrong. It doesn't belong in this space, doesn't belong in any space meant for living things." Another memo, recorded apparently while I was sleeping, contained only the sound of my own breathing, but the rhythm was off. Too measured, too deliberate, as if each breath were being consciously controlled rather than occurring naturally. The third fragment emerged while I was listening to this breathing recording. The sound triggered a cascade of sensory memory that felt more real than my current surroundings. I was lying down, but not in my bed. The surface beneath me was harder, colder, with a texture I couldn't identify. Metal perhaps, but with an organic quality that made my skin crawl. The breathing I heard in the recording wasn't mine, I realized, but something else's, synchronized with my own respiratory rhythm. Above me, lights moved in patterns too complex to be random, but too organic to be mechanical. They traced geometric forms that shifted and evolved, creating temporary constellations that felt significant in ways I couldn't articulate. The lights were accompanied by that electronic tone, but now I could perceive it as music of sorts, a composition in frequencies that human ears weren't designed to process comfortably. My body felt different in this memory, heavier and lighter simultaneously, as if my mass had been redistributed according to unfamiliar physics. When I tried to lift my hand, the movement felt delayed, as if the signal from my brain had to travel through some intermediate processing system before reaching my limbs. The presence was there again, but closer now, intimate in its proximity. It communicated without words, sharing concepts that my mind struggled to contain. Information about space and time, about the nature of consciousness, about the arbitrary boundaries between self and other. The knowledge felt too large for my skull, pressing against the inside of my cranium like expanding gas. The fragment concluded with the sensation of something being removed from my mind, not violently but with surgical precision. I could feel specific memories being excised, particular experiences being carefully extracted and filed away where I couldn't access them. The process was neither painful nor pleasant, but profoundly violating in its intimacy. When I returned to awareness, I was sitting on my floor, the device still playing the breathing recording. But now I could hear additional layers in the audio, harmonics and undertones that revealed the breathing to be not one voice but many, overlapping in perfect synchronization. My investigation had reached a tipping point. The fragments were coming more frequently now, triggered by increasingly subtle stimuli, a particular quality of light filtering through the window, the hum of electrical devices cycling on and off, the way shadows fell across the wall as the sun moved overhead. I began to suspect that the memories weren't returning naturally, but were being allowed to return, parceled out in carefully measured doses. Someone or something was controlling the process, determining what I was permitted to remember and when. The realization should have been terrifying, but instead I felt a strange sense of relief. The investigation had never been mine to control. I was not the detective in this scenario, but the evidence being examined, the mystery being solved by intelligences far beyond my comprehension. The final fragment came not as a memory, but as a vision, a real-time experience that overlaid my current reality like a double-exposed photograph. I was simultaneously in my familiar room and somewhere else entirely, existing in both spaces without contradiction. The other location was vast, filled with architecture that defied conventional geometry. Walls curved in directions that shouldn't exist, creating spaces that were larger inside than their external dimensions could accommodate. The lighting came from everywhere and nowhere, casting no shadows yet illuminating every surface with perfect clarity. I was not alone. Figures moved through the space, but calling them figures was inadequate. They were concentrations of intention, focal points of consciousness that took temporary physical form when observation required it. When I looked directly at them, they appeared almost human, but in my peripheral vision, they revealed their true nature as something far more complex and beautiful. One of them approached me, and I recognized it as the presence I'd sensed in the earlier fragments. Up close, it radiated a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature, a benevolence that transcended human concepts of kindness or cruelty. It communicated not through the crude download of information I'd experienced before, but through direct sharing of experience and understanding. I learned that what I'd interpreted as abduction or violation had been invitation and gift. My memories hadn't been stolen but protected, kept safe until I was ready to process them without losing my sanity. The changes I'd noticed in myself weren't damage but upgrades, enhancements to my perceptual apparatus that would allow me to function in realities beyond the narrow spectrum of human experience. The investigation itself had been a test, a way of measuring my readiness to accept larger truths. By pursuing the fragments, by refusing to dismiss the anomalies as hallucination or delusion, I demonstrated the cognitive flexibility necessary for the next phase of my development. But even as I absorbed this information, I could feel it beginning to slip away, the protective amnesia reasserting itself. The vision faded, the vast space contracting back to my familiar room, the presence withdrawing to whatever dimension it normally occupied. I was left with only the faintest echo of understanding, a whisper of knowledge that felt both profound and just beyond reach. The investigation was over, but nothing had been resolved. If anything, I had more questions now than when I'd started, but I lacked the framework to even formulate them properly. I sit here now adding these final notes to my collection of evidence, knowing that by tomorrow I may not remember writing them. The fragments are fading again, settling back into the protected spaces where my conscious mind cannot access them. The familiar weight of absence returns, that sense of something important just outside my awareness. But something has changed. The room feels different now, more alive somehow, as if it's aware of my presence in ways it wasn't before. The shadows move with subtle intention. The electronic devices hum in harmonies that almost resolve into meaning. The air itself seems to be listening, waiting for something I cannot name. I have the persistent feeling that the experience isn't over, that what I've remembered is not the end of the story, but the beginning of something much larger. The investigation may have concluded, but the invitation remains open, waiting for my response. The question that haunts me now is not what happened to me, but what I'm becoming, and whether the changes occurring within me are preparing me for something wonderful or terrible, or perhaps for something beyond such simple distinctions. The recording device sits beside me, ready to capture whatever comes next, but I suspect that when the time comes, I won't need to remember to turn it on. Something else will handle that detail, just as it's been handling everything else, guiding me through a transformation I'm only beginning to understand. The carpet beneath my feet feels softer now, more responsive to my presence. The shadows have learned to anticipate my movements, and somewhere in the space between what I remember and what I've forgotten, something patient and vast continues to watch, waiting for me to take the next step in a journey I never consciously agreed to begin. Story 5. The drapes hung motionless in the dim room, whispering secrets in their silence. An uneasy weight pressed upon the air, like a held breath waiting for release. My gaze fixed on the doorway where the edge of the carpet curled subtly, a ripple in the otherwise placid scene. Each minute stretched, soundless, as if the world outside had paused its spinning. I listened more intently, but the stillness offered only muted uncertainty. Then, just barely perceptible, the curtain swayed, a sigh in the fabric, and I realized there was no draft. I'm trying to remember what happened after that moment. The memories come in pieces now, like broken glass reflecting distorted images. Sometimes I think I'm making progress, assembling the fragments into something coherent, but then another piece doesn't fit and everything falls apart again. There was a hum. I remember the hum more clearly than anything else. It lived inside the walls, or maybe inside my skull, a low, persistent vibration that made my teeth ache. I can feel it even now as I try to reconstruct these events, this constant thrumming that seems to pulse with my heartbeat. But when did it start? Was it there in that room with the motionless drapes, or did it come later? My hands shake when I think about the carpet, the way that edge curled upward, defying gravity or logic. I must have stared at it for hours, watching it maintain that impossible curve. The fibers were a deep burgundy color, or maybe they were brown. Memory plays tricks, but the texture, I remember running my fingers along that raised edge, feeling the coarse weave against my skin. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. The footsteps came from above, heavy, deliberate sounds that seemed to follow a pattern I couldn't quite grasp. Step, step, pause, pause, like someone pacing but with purpose. I counted them sometimes, lying in that dim room, staring at the ceiling and waiting for the sequence to break. It never did, but here's what disturbs me. I lived alone. I know I lived alone. There's a gap here, a void in my recollection that feels deliberate, as if something has been carefully excised from my mind. I remember the sensation of forgetting, if that makes sense. The moment when knowledge slipped away like water through cupped hands. I was reaching for something important, something crucial, and then it was gone. The smell of copper fills my nostrils when I try to push deeper into that missing space. Metallic and sharp, like old pennies or blood that's been sitting too long. It mingles with something else, ozone maybe, or the scent of air before a storm. But there were no storms. The weather was perfectly still, perfectly calm. I remember looking out the window and seeing trees that didn't move, clouds that hung frozen in the sky. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked wrong. Not dramatically different, nothing I could point to and say definitively had changed. But something in my eyes seemed foreign, as if I were looking at a stranger wearing my face. The fluorescent light above the mirror buzzed and flickered, casting shadows that moved independently of my movements. I touched the glass, and for just a moment I thought the reflection hesitated before mimicking the gesture. The telephone rang once, just once, a single sharp note that cut through the humming silence. I lifted the receiver, but there was no dial tone, no static, no sound at all. The line was perfectly dead, yet somehow alive with presence. I held it to my ear for what felt like hours, listening to that pregnant nothingness, waiting for something to emerge from the void. When I finally hung up, my ear was hot and red, as if the plastic had been burning against my skin. I found myself in the kitchen without remembering the decision to go there. This happened frequently, these jumps in consciousness, these gaps in continuity. One moment I'd be in one room, the next I'd be somewhere else entirely, with no recollection of the journey between. The kitchen faucet dripped steadily into the sink, each drop creating perfect ripples in the standing water. But I don't remember leaving water in the sink. I don't remember using the sink at all. The refrigerator hummed in harmony with that other sound, the one living in the walls. Sometimes the two frequencies would align and create a resonance that made the windows vibrate. I would stand there watching the glass tremble in its frame, feeling the vibration travel through the floor and into my bones. The refrigerator light stayed on even when the door was closed. I could see the glow seeping around the rubber seal, a cold white radiance that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. There was a door I hadn't noticed before. This sounds impossible. How do you not notice a door in your own home? But I swear it wasn't there, and then it was. It appeared in the hallway between the living room and the bedroom, perfectly ordinary except for the fact that it had no business existing. Behind it should have been the neighbor's apartment, but when I pressed my ear against the wood, I heard only that familiar hum, amplified and distorted. I never opened that door. This is important, though I'm not sure why. I reached for the handle countless times, felt the cool metal under my palm, but something always stopped me. A sound from another room, a sudden chill, an inexplicable certainty that opening it would change something fundamental and irreversible. The door remained closed, but light leaked from underneath it, not the harsh, fluorescent glow of the refrigerator, but something warmer, more organic. My dreams began to bleed into my waking hours, or perhaps it was the other way around. I would find myself standing in the middle of the room, fully dressed, with no memory of getting up or putting on clothes. The boundary between sleep and consciousness became porous, unreliable. I started leaving notes for myself, little reminders scrawled on scraps of paper and stuck to mirrors and door frames. But the handwriting looked wrong, too angular, too deliberate, like someone else was writing in my voice. The notes said things like, remember the basement and count the windows and don't trust the reflection. But I didn't have a basement. I counted the windows obsessively anyway. There were 7, then 6, then 8. The number changed depending on the angle of observation, the quality of light, my state of mind. Mathematics became unreliable in that space, subject to forces I couldn't understand or control. Time moved strangely. I would sit down to eat breakfast and discover it was already dark outside. Or I would lie down for a brief nap and wake to find days had passed, though I felt no hunger or thirst. The clocks in the house showed different times, and none of them seemed to advance at a consistent rate. The digital display on the microwave flickered between numbers that didn't correspond to any earthly time system. I became fascinated by patterns, the way dust motes danced in shafts of sunlight, following invisible currents and laws. The arrangement of books on the shelf, which seemed to reorganize itself when I wasn't looking directly. The rhythm of my own breathing, which sometimes fell out of sync with my heartbeat in ways that left me gasping and disoriented. Everything was connected, part of some vast design I was too limited to perceive. The walls began to feel thin. Not physically when I pressed against them, they were solid enough, but conceptually, as if they were barriers between states of being rather than simple divisions of space. I could sense movement on the other side, presence and activity that existed parallel to my own reality. Sometimes I would place my palm against the wall and feel it pulse like living tissue, warm and responsive to my touch. My appetite disappeared. Food became texture without taste, nutrition without pleasure. I would sit at the kitchen table with a plate of something I can't remember what and push it around with my fork, creating patterns in the sauce or arranging the pieces into geometric shapes. The act of eating felt foreign, as if I were performing a ritual whose meaning I'd forgotten. The shower water ran cold no matter how far I turned the hot water handle. But cold isn't quite right, it was the absence of temperature, neither hot nor cold, but something else entirely. It moved over my skin like liquid mercury, heavy and strange. I would stand under the stream for what felt like hours, watching the water spiral down the drain in patterns that defied physics. Sometimes it flowed upward. I started talking to myself, carrying on conversations with voices that might have been memories or might have been something else entirely. The dialogue felt natural, necessary, as if I were maintaining connections to parts of myself that were drifting away. But when I tried to remember what we discussed, the words dissolved like sugar in rain. The television turned itself on at irregular intervals, always tuned to static. But within the snow and interference, I began to see shapes, movements, suggestions of form and meaning. I would sit inches from the screen, studying the patterns, convinced that important information was being transmitted through the chaos. The static had texture, depth, layers of meaning that shifted and evolved as I watched. Sleep became elusive. When it finally came, it brought dreams of corridors that stretched beyond the boundaries of the house, rooms that existed in impossible configurations, staircases that led to nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. I would wake with the taste of copper in my mouth and the sensation that I'd been walking for miles through spaces that couldn't exist. The mirror in the bedroom cracked. A single line running diagonally from corner to corner, splitting my reflection into two imperfect halves. But I don't remember the sound of breaking glass, and there were no fragments on the floor. The crack appeared gradually, or all at once my memory can't decide which version is true. Both halves of my reflection moved in unison, but with a slight delay, as if one were copying the other. I found objects in places where I hadn't left them. A coffee cup on the windowsill still warm, a book open to a page I'd never read with passages highlighted in yellow, a photograph of people I didn't recognize smiling at the camera with familiar faces. These discoveries felt like messages, clues in a puzzle I was supposed to solve, but the pieces never quite fit together into a coherent picture. The humming grew stronger. It developed harmonics, overtones that created complex interference patterns in my skull. Sometimes it would stop abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it felt like physical pressure. In those moments I could hear my own heartbeat, my breathing, the subtle sounds of my body maintaining itself. Then the hum would return, and the ordinary sounds would be swallowed by its persistence. I began to suspect I wasn't alone, not because I saw or heard anyone else, but because of small changes, subtle disturbances in the environment. A chair pulled slightly away from the table, a book moved from one shelf to another, the temperature in certain rooms shifting without explanation. These alterations felt intentional, purposeful, as if someone were trying to communicate through environmental manipulation. The light from under that mysterious door grew brighter. It began to flicker in patterns that seemed almost like code, long pulses and short bursts that might have spelled out messages in some language I didn't understand. I started documenting the sequences, filling notebook pages with dots and dashes, but when I tried to decode them later, the patterns had changed, or my transcription had altered itself. My skin became hypersensitive. Clothing felt rough and abrasive. Air currents registered as distinct physical sensations, and the slightest touch would send waves of sensation radiating outward from the point of contact. I spent hours examining my hands, fascinated by the intricate network of lines and ridges, the way light played across the surface of my skin. Everything felt more real and less real simultaneously. The house began to feel larger. Rooms that had once seemed cramped now stretched beyond my ability to fully perceive their boundaries. Distances became unreliable. The walk from the bedroom to the kitchen could take minutes or hours, depending on factors I couldn't identify. Space itself had become elastic, subject to forces that operated outside normal physical laws. I started leaving the mysterious door unlocked, though I still couldn't bring myself to open it. The handle would turn freely in my grip, and I could feel the mechanism disengaging, but some invisible force prevented me from pulling it open. The light underneath grew warmer, more inviting, and I began to hear sounds, not the familiar hum, but something more complex. Voices, maybe, or music played at frequencies just below the threshold of comprehension. My reflection began to act independently. Small things at first blinking when I wasn't blinking, tilting its head at a slightly different angle, then more dramatic departures from mimicry. It would smile when I frowned or continue moving after I'd stopped. I avoided mirrors when possible, but they seemed to multiply throughout the house, appearing in corners and on surfaces where they'd never been before. The copper smell intensified. It filled every room, every breath, until I could taste it on my tongue and feel it coating the inside of my throat. But underneath the metallic tang was something else, something organic and alive, like the scent of growing things or decay. The two odors intertwined, creating an olfactory experience that was both repulsive and strangely compelling. I realized I hadn't seen the sun in days or weeks or months. The light outside remained constant, neither day nor night, but something between the two. The sky had taken on a uniform gray color, featureless and oppressive. I pressed my face against the window, searching for movement, for any sign of life or change, but the world beyond the glass seemed frozen in perpetual twilight. The telephone began ringing regularly, but only when I was in other rooms. By the time I reached it, the ringing would stop, leaving only that dead silence on the other end of the line. I started running when I heard it, desperate to catch the caller before they hung up, but I was never fast enough. The missed connections felt increasingly urgent, as if someone were trying to warn me about something important. My handwriting changed. The notes I left for myself began appearing in scripts I didn't recognize, sometimes angular and harsh, other times flowing and organic. The messages became more cryptic. The door remembers, count backwards from 7, your reflection knows. I would read them with growing unease, unable to recall writing them, but recognizing something familiar in the alien penmanship. The walls started breathing, subtle movements, barely perceptible, like the gentle rise and fall of sleeping lungs. I would place my ear against the plaster and listen to the rhythm, feeling the surface warm under my cheek. The house had developed a pulse, a life force that operated independently of my own biological functions. We were synchronized but separate, two forms of consciousness sharing the same space. Food spoiled instantly. Bread would grow mold between the time I removed it from the bag and brought it to my mouth. Milk curdled as I poured it. Fruit rotted from the inside out, leaving only hollow shells that collapsed at the slightest touch. I stopped eating entirely, but felt no hunger, as if my body had learned to sustain itself through other means. The mysterious door began to open on its own, just a crack at first, revealing a sliver of that warm, pulsing light. then wider until I could see part of what lay beyond, not another room, but a space that defied description. It wasn't empty, but it wasn't full either. It existed in a state between states, neither here nor there, but somehow both. I knew I would have to go through eventually, but not yet, not until I understood what I was leaving behind. The humming stopped. The sudden silence was more disturbing than the sound had ever been. In the absence of that constant vibration, I could hear things I'd never noticed before: the house settling, my own circulation, the subtle electrical buzz of appliances. But underneath it all was another sound, something that might have been breathing, or might have been the whisper of air moving through impossible spaces. I'm running out of time to piece this together. The memories are becoming more vivid but less reliable, more detailed but harder to trust. I can feel something approaching, some moment of revelation or transformation that will render all of this reconstruction meaningless. The door is open wider now, and the light is calling to me in frequencies that bypass my ears and speak directly to something deeper. The curtains are moving again, though there's still no draft. They sway with purpose now, like they're beckoning me towards some understanding I've been avoiding. The carpet edge has uncurled, lying flat against the floor as if it never defied gravity at all. Everything is returning to normal, or what I once thought was normal, but I know now that normal was just another kind of dream. I can hear footsteps approaching from somewhere beyond the mysterious door. They match the rhythm I remember from above, but they're coming from below now, or maybe from inside. The sound is getting closer, and I realize that whoever has been walking those measured patterns is finally coming to collect what they've been waiting for. The memories are complete now, or as complete as they're ever going to be. I understand what happened in that room with the motionless drapes, why the air felt so heavy, why I was listening so intently to the silence. I was waiting for this moment, this convergence of past and present, this final piece of the puzzle clicking into place. I'm going to stop writing now. The door is fully open and the light is warm on my face. I can see my reflection in its glow, but it's not my reflection anymore, it's someone else, someone who's been waiting patiently for me to remember who I really am. The footsteps have stopped, and in the silence I can hear my real name being called from somewhere very far away or very close. I think it's time to answer. Story 6. The ground felt alive, shifting subtly under my fingers like a heartbeat I couldn't quite catch. A soft luminescence suffused the air, its source untraceable, casting no shadows yet defining shapes that lay beyond understanding. Breathing was a conscious effort, each inhale a struggle against the dense, warm stillness that surrounded me. The space hummed with a soundless tension, every cell in my body attuned to the presence of something unseen, something searching. I was aware of being observed, the eyes not of flesh and bone, but of an intent woven into the walls themselves, waiting for me to recognize the truth of where I was or what I had become. I woke that first morning with a taste of copper in my mouth and a peculiar ache behind my eyes, the kind that comes from staring too long at something bright. The dream lingered like smoke, refusing to dissipate with the usual morning rituals. Coffee tasted wrong. The newspaper felt foreign in my hands, but dreams are dreams, and I had work to do, bills to pay, a life to maintain. The dream had been simple enough. I was lying on my back in a room I didn't recognize, staring up at a single light fixture that pulsed with an irregular rhythm. Not like a strobe, but more organic, like watching someone breathe from the inside. The walls were smooth, featureless, and curved in a way that made my eyes water when I tried to follow their lines. There had been a sound, too, barely perceptible, a low hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Nothing more than stress, I told myself. Work had been demanding lately, deadlines mounting like storm clouds. The mind processes anxiety in strange ways, creating elaborate scenarios to work through tension. I'd read that somewhere. Dreams are just the brain's way of filing away the day's experiences, sorting through memories and emotions like a cosmic librarian working the night shift. But the dream came back. The second time I was in the same room, but everything felt more substantial, more real than real. The pulsing light above me had developed a pattern, 3 quick pulses, then a longer one, then silence. The silence stretched until I began to doubt the light had pulsed at all, and then it would start again. 3 quick, 1 long, silence. The walls weren't just smooth now, they seemed to breathe with me, expanding slightly on my inhales, contracting on my exhales. When I tried to sit up, my body wouldn't respond. Not paralyzed exactly, but as if I were suspended in thick honey, every movement requiring enormous effort that yielded minimal results. That's when I heard the voice. It wasn't quite a voice, more like the memory of words spoken in another room, filtered through water and distance. The sounds were almost familiar, like a language I'd known as a child but forgotten. The tone was neither threatening nor comforting, it was clinical, observational, as if someone were reading measurements from a chart. I woke with my heart hammering and the sheets soaked through with sweat. The bedroom felt too small, the walls too close. I stumbled to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, studying my reflection in the mirror. My pupils were dilated, black pools that seemed to swallow the light. A thin line of blood traced from my left nostril to my upper lip. Nosebleeds weren't unusual for me. The dry air, allergies, stress any number of mundane explanations. I cleaned up and went back to bed, but sleep felt dangerous now, like standing at the edge of a cliff in high wind. The next few days blurred together in a haze of exhaustion and hypervigilance. I found myself checking the locks multiple times before bed, adjusting the curtains, making sure the bedroom door was open just the right amount. Small rituals to ward off the return of that place, that room with its breathing walls and impossible geometry. But consciousness offers no real protection from the unconscious mind. The dream returned stronger now, more insistent. This time I could feel the surface beneath me, not quite metal, not quite plastic, but something that retained warmth while remaining perfectly smooth. The texture reminded me of river stones, worn by countless years of water, but artificial somehow, manufactured. The light above me had changed again. Instead of pulsing, it now moved in slow, deliberate patterns across what I assumed was a ceiling. The movement was hypnotic, and I found myself trying to predict its path, to find meaning in its wandering. Sometimes it would trace what looked like symbols, geometric shapes that seemed familiar but just beyond recognition. The voice was clearer now, though still not quite comprehensible. Multiple voices actually, speaking in overlapping whispers that created a constant susurrus of almost words. I strained to understand, certain that if I could just focus hard enough, the meaning would crystallize. But the harder I listened, the more the words seemed to slip away, like trying to remember a song by humming the melody. I became aware of other sensations too. A slight pressure on my arms and legs, as if I were wearing tight clothing, though in the dream I seemed to be naked. The air had a taste metallic and sharp, like licking a battery. And there was a smell, clean and antiseptic, but with an underlying sweetness that made my stomach clench with unease. When I woke, the taste lingered. I brushed my teeth 3 times, gargled with mouthwash, but the metallic flavor clung to my tongue like a stain. At work, I found myself spacing out during meetings, my mind drifting back to the room, to the light, to the voices that spoke in languages I almost understood. A colleague asked if I was feeling all right. I looked pale, she said, distracted. Had I been sleeping? Sleep, such a simple word for such a complex surrender. Every night I would lie in bed, exhausted but afraid to close my eyes. When I finally did drift off, part of me remained alert, watching for signs that I was slipping back into that other place. It was during one of these half-sleeping states that I first noticed the sound in my apartment. A low hum, barely audible, seeming to come from the walls themselves. I got up and checked the refrigerator, the air conditioning unit, the various electronic devices that populate modern life. Nothing seemed to be the source, yet the sound persisted. It was the same frequency as the hum from my dreams, that omnipresent vibration that seemed to exist in the space between spaces. I called the building superintendent, complained about possible electrical issues. He came up with his multimeter and voltage detector, checking outlets and junction boxes. Everything tested normal. No unusual electrical activity, no faulty wiring. He looked at me with the patient expression of someone who dealt with neurotic tenants before and suggested I might be hearing the building's ventilation system. But I knew that hum. I'd been hearing it in my dreams for weeks now. The boundary between sleeping and waking began to blur. I would find myself in the middle of routine tasks, washing dishes, folding laundry with no memory of starting them. Hours would pass unnoticed. I'd sit down to read and suddenly realize the sun had moved across the sky, shadows shifting from one side of the room to the other while I remained frozen in place, book unopened in my lap. The dreams were becoming more vivid than my waking life. In that strange room, every sensation was heightened, every detail crystal clear. I could feel the temperature variations in the air, could sense the electromagnetic fields of unseen machinery, could taste the molecular composition of my breath. The voices had resolved into distinct speakers now, though their words remained just beyond comprehension. One voice was higher, more melodic, asking what sounded like questions. Another was deeper, more authoritative, providing what might have been answers or instructions. A third voice was purely observational, reciting what could have been measurements or readings. I began to understand that I was the subject of their discussion. The realization should have been terrifying, but instead it felt like coming home, like finally remembering something I'd been trying to recall for years. The room wasn't a prison, it was a destination. The voices weren't threatening, they were familiar, concerned, caring in their own alien way. I started looking forward to sleep, to returning to that place where everything made a different kind of sense. My waking hours became the dream, pale and insubstantial compared to the vivid reality of that other realm. But the two worlds were beginning to contaminate each other. I would catch glimpses of that pulsing light in my peripheral vision, always just out of direct sight. The hum in my walls grew louder, more insistent. Sometimes I would find myself lying on my back in bed, arms at my sides, staring up at the ceiling fixture and waiting for it to begin its strange dance. The nosebleeds became more frequent, not heavy flows, just thin trickles that would appear without warning. I'd taste copper and touch my nose to find fresh blood on my fingertips. My doctor ran tests, blood pressure, clotting factors, nasal examinations. Everything came back normal. But normal was becoming a relative concept. I started documenting the dreams, writing down every detail I could remember. The descriptions filled notebook after notebook, and as I read back through them, patterns emerged. The light's movements weren't random, they followed specific sequences that repeated with mathematical precision. The voices spoke in cycles, asking the same questions, receiving the same responses, making the same observations. And I was always there, always lying on that smooth surface, always aware of being studied, measured, catalogued. The notebooks became my anchor to consensus reality, proof that something was happening even if I couldn't fully understand what. I carried them with me everywhere, adding new observations, cross-referencing details, building a taxonomy of the impossible. That's when I found the mark. It was small, perfectly circular, about the size of a pencil eraser, located on the inside of my left wrist. The skin was slightly discolored, not quite a bruise but not normal either. It didn't hurt, didn't itch, didn't seem to be healing or changing. It was just there, as if it had always been there, though I was certain it hadn't existed the week before. I stared at that mark for hours, turning my wrist in the light, trying to determine what could have caused it. It looked almost like a puncture wound, but perfectly healed, leaving only the faintest discoloration. I had no memory of injuring myself, no recollection of any medical procedures or accidents. But in my dreams, I remembered pressure on my wrists. Those tight sensations I'd attributed to phantom clothing or anxiety. What if they weren't phantom at all? The thought should have sent me running to doctors, to psychiatrists, to anyone who might provide rational explanations for what was happening to me. Instead, I felt a strange sense of completion, as if a puzzle piece had finally clicked into place. The dreams weren't dreams, they were memories. This understanding didn't come as a shock or revelation, but as a gradual recognition, like slowly remembering a word that had been on the tip of my tongue. Of course, they were memories. The vivid detail, the consistent geography of that impossible room, the progression of familiarity with the voices and procedures, none of that matched the usual chaos of dream logic. I was remembering something that had been carefully hidden, buried beneath layers of forgetting that were beginning to erode. The hum in my apartment walls grew louder, more complex. Sometimes I could swear I heard those familiar voices mixed in with the electronic noise, speaking their incomprehensible language, discussing their incomprehensible observations. I would press my ear to the wall and listen for hours, certain that if I could just focus hard enough, the meaning would break through. My reflection in mirrors began to look strange, unfamiliar, not dramatically different, but subtly wrong, as if I were seeing myself through someone else's eyes. My pupils remained dilated most of the time now, black holes that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. The mark on my wrist had developed a companion on my other arm, another perfect circle in exactly the corresponding position. I stopped going to work, stopped answering phone calls, stopped pretending that the waking world held any real significance compared to the truth that was emerging from the depths of my buried memories. The room was calling me back. Not in dreams now, but in the spaces between thoughts, in the pause between heartbeats, in the silence that exists in the center of sound. I could feel it waiting, patient and eternal, ready to welcome me home whenever I was ready to stop fighting the inevitable. The last clear memory I have of my old life is standing in my bedroom, staring up at the ceiling fixture, waiting for it to begin its dance. The light remained stubbornly ordinary, but I could feel the other reality pressing against the thin membrane that separated the worlds. All it would take was the right frequency, the right combination of surrender and recognition. I lay down on my bed, arms at my sides, and closed my eyes. The ground felt alive, shifting subtly under my fingers like a heartbeat I couldn't quite catch. A soft luminescence suffused the air, its source untraceable, casting no shadows yet defining shapes that lay beyond understanding. Breathing was a conscious effort, each inhale a struggle against the dense, warm stillness that surrounded me. But this time was different. This time, when I opened my eyes in that familiar room, I saw something new. There on the smooth surface beside me was my notebook, the one I'd been using to document the dreams, its pages filled with my desperate attempts to understand what was happening to me. The notebook was real, solid, impossible. And as I reached for it with fingers that moved freely now, no longer constrained by honey-thick resistance, I heard my own voice joining the chorus of observers, describing in clinical detail the final stages of remembering what I had always known but been taught to forget. The light above began its ancient dance, and I watched with eyes that had seen this pattern countless times before, in a place that existed in the spaces between spaces, where the boundary between dreamer and dream dissolves into something far more complex than either waking or sleeping could ever contain. Story 7. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the crisp, morning air as the kitchen clock ticked softly in its corner. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the kitchen table where a single chair had been quietly overturned. The faint echo of a piano note lingered as if someone had just stopped playing. Outside, the wind whispered secrets through the trees, but the house held its breath, waiting for something to break the unsettling calm. I don't remember overturning that chair. The thought comes to me now, sitting here in this same kitchen, watching dust motes dance in afternoon light that feels wrong somehow. Too thick, too warm against my skin when the air conditioning hums its constant song. My fingers trace the rim of a coffee cup that's gone cold, and I realize I've been sitting here for hours without moving. The buzzing started 3 weeks ago, or maybe 3 months. Time slides differently now, like water through cupped hands. It begins in my left ear, a frequency that doesn't belong to anything in this house. Not the refrigerator's mechanical wheeze, not the fluorescent bulb above the sink that flickers when storms approach. This sound comes from somewhere else entirely. There were lights behind the trees. The memory surfaces without warning, sharp and immediate. I was standing at the back door, my palm pressed against cool glass, watching something move between the branches. Not moving like wind moves leaves, but moving like liquid mercury, flowing upward instead of falling down. The trees stood perfectly still. I check my phone for the time, but the screen shows numbers that don't make sense. The date keeps shifting when I'm not looking directly at it. Sometimes it's yesterday, sometimes it's next week. The battery never dies, never charges, just holds at 37% like it's waiting for something. The piano note echoes again, drifting from the living room where no one has played in years. Middle C, sustained longer than breath should allow. When I walk toward the sound, my footsteps seem to come from behind me instead of beneath my feet. The hardwood floor feels soft, yielding, like walking on skin that's almost too warm. I don't remember ever coming back. But I must have. I'm here, aren't I? In this kitchen where the overturned chair rights itself when I'm not watching. Where the coffee stays hot in a cup I never remember filling. Where morning light streams through windows even when the clock insists it's past midnight. The metallic taste started the same night as the buzzing, sharp and clean, like licking copper pennies or breathing air before lightning strikes. It coats my tongue when I wake up, which happens more often now, not waking from sleep, but waking from something else. Finding myself standing in rooms I don't remember entering, wearing clothes I don't remember putting on. Yesterday I found dirt under my fingernails. Rich, dark soil that smells like rain and ozone, but I haven't been gardening. Haven't been outside after dark in weeks, though sometimes I find my shoes by the back door, laces muddy and loose like someone else has been wearing them. The noise didn't come from outside. It comes from inside the walls, inside the spaces between sounds where silence should live. a humming that makes my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. When it starts, the house seems to breathe around me, walls expanding and contracting like lungs made of wood and plaster. I've tried recording it, but the microphone picks up nothing except my own breathing, heavy and irregular. On playback, there are gaps where my voice should be, moments where I'm clearly speaking but no sound emerges. In those silent spaces, I can see my mouth moving, forming words I don't remember saying. The reflection in the kitchen window shows someone standing behind me, but when I turn around, there's only the overturned chair and shadows that fall in directions the light source can't explain. The figure in the glass doesn't move when I move, doesn't blink when I blink. It just watches with eyes that reflect too much light. There were lights behind the trees, and they were calling something. The memory expands this time, adding layers like sediment building up over years. I was at the back door, yes, but I wasn't alone. Someone else was breathing beside me, their exhale fogging the glass in patterns that looked almost like writing, almost like symbols. The lights moved in response to those patterns, weaving between branches that bent without wind. My skin tingles in places where nothing has touched it. Along my spine, across my shoulders, around my wrists like invisible hands have been measuring me for something. The sensation comes and goes without pattern, sometimes lasting for hours, sometimes just long enough to make me question whether I felt anything at all. The piano plays itself now, single notes at random intervals. Always middle C, always sustained too long, always followed by a silence that feels heavier than the sound itself. I've checked the living room countless times, but the piano bench sits empty, the fallboard closed, dust undisturbed on the keys. Time stutters. I'm at the kitchen table. I'm standing by the back door. I'm walking down a hallway that seems longer than it should be, walls stretching away from me like the house is expanding around my movement. My reflection multiplies in windows and mirrors, but each image shows me in a different position, wearing different clothes with different expressions of confusion and growing fear. The coffee cup refills itself while I'm not looking. Steam rises in spirals that form shapes I almost recognize before dissolving into ordinary vapor. The liquid inside tastes like copper and ozone, like the air before storms that never come. I don't remember ever coming back, but I must have left first. The realization hits like cold water. There's a gap in my memory, a space where hours or days should be but aren't. I remember standing at the back door, watching lights move behind trees. Then I remember being here in this kitchen with an overturned chair and the taste of metal in my mouth. What happened between those moments? The buzzing intensifies and my vision blurs. The kitchen walls breathe in and out, keeping time with a heartbeat that isn't mine. The overturned chair rocks slightly as if someone invisible has just stood up from it. The piano note sustains, impossibly long, vibrating through floorboards and into my bones. There were lights behind the trees, and they were calling something, and that something answered. The memory blooms fully now, showing me what I've been trying not to remember. The figure breathing beside me at the back door wasn't human. Its exhale formed symbols on the glass that pulsed with their own light, and the lights in the trees responded by moving closer, weaving between branches that parted like curtains. I opened the door. The thought comes with physical sensation, my hand remembering the cool metal of the doorknob, the way it turned without resistance, the rush of air that smelled like copper and rain and something else, something organic and strange. I stepped outside into darkness that wasn't quite dark, where the grass felt different beneath my feet and the sky held colors that don't have names. The noise didn't come from outside, because outside had become something else entirely. My skin tingles with the memory of touch that wasn't touch, of being examined by senses I couldn't understand. Time moved differently there, or maybe didn't move at all. Minutes stretched into hours, hours collapsed into seconds. The lights behind the trees weren't behind them anymore, but surrounding me, flowing over my skin like liquid light, warm and invasive and impossibly alive. I'm back in the kitchen now, watching dust motes dance in afternoon light that's too thick, too warm. The overturned chair sits exactly where it was this morning, or yesterday, or whenever this started. The piano note fades into silence that feels heavy with waiting. But I'm not alone. The figure in the window reflection is clearer now, more defined. It watches me with eyes that reflect too much light, and when I don't turn around this time, it steps closer. I can feel its presence like heat against my back, like breath on my neck that smells of copper and ozone and that other thing, that organic strangeness that clings to memories I'm not supposed to have. The buzzing stops. In the sudden silence, I hear my own heartbeat, too loud and too fast. The kitchen walls stop breathing. The dust motes freeze in their dance. Even the clock in the corner stops its soft ticking, and for a moment everything holds perfectly still. Then the piano plays middle C, sustained impossibly long, and I remember why I don't remember coming back. I never left. The realization settles over me like cold water. This kitchen, this house, these fragments of memory playing on repeat, they're all part of something larger, something that began the night I opened the back door and stepped into darkness that wasn't quite dark. I've been here ever since, cycling through the same moments, the same sensations, the same growing awareness that something is fundamentally wrong. The coffee cup refills itself. Steam rises in spirals that form symbols I almost recognize. Outside, wind whispers secrets through trees that part like curtains, revealing lights that move with purpose and intelligence. The overturned chair rocks slightly, as if someone invisible has just sat down. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingles with the crisp morning air as the kitchen clock begins to tick softly in its corner. Sunlight streams through the window, casting a warm glow over the kitchen table where a single chair has been quietly overturned. And I realize I'm about to remember this all over again. Story 8. The elevator's button didn't illuminate. My finger lingered against its surface, expecting the familiar glow, but it remained dull, unresponsive. The mirrored walls offered a hollow gaze, reflecting a stillness that didn't feel like my own. As the doors closed, the floor beneath me felt unfamiliar, like stepping on a forgotten memory that wouldn't fully form. The ascent began, but with each floor passed, an uneasy stillness settled in my bones. It was then that I noticed the absent hum, the comforting buzz that always accompanied the rise, replaced now by an unsettling quiet. The numbers above ticked upwards, yet I couldn't help but question if I was truly moving at all. The buzzing started 3 mornings later, or was it before? Time moves strangely now, folding in on itself like wet paper. I wake with the taste of copper pennies coating my tongue, and there's this sound not quite mechanical, not quite alive. It lives in the space between my thoughts, a frequency that shouldn't exist but does. My skin tingles when I touch doorknobs. The metal feels warmer than it should, as if something has been holding it before me. Each surface carries a residual heat that makes no sense, a phantom warmth that clings to my fingertips long after I've pulled away. There were lights behind the trees. The apartment feels different. Walls seem to breathe when I'm not looking directly at them. Peripheral vision catches movements that vanish the moment I turn my head. The air tastes metallic, sharp like the moment before lightning strikes. I find myself standing in rooms with no memory of entering them, my reflection in windows showing a face I almost recognize. Sleep brings fragments, a door half open, revealing nothing but white light that moves like liquid. The handle turns under my palm, cold and slick with condensation that shouldn't be there. Behind the door, silence stretches endlessly, broken only by that electrical humming that seems to come from inside my skull. I don't remember ever coming back. The elevator again, always the elevator. But this time the button glows too bright, burning white against my retina. The mirrors reflect not one image but several, each slightly offset, creating a cascade of selves that extend into infinity. My reflection smiles when I don't. The floor numbers climb higher than the building allows, past floors that don't exist, toward something that waits in the space above the roof. Morning coffee tastes like ozone. The mug trembles in my hands, though I'm not shaking. Steam rises in patterns that hurt to look at directly, spiraling in geometries that make my eyes water. The kitchen window overlooks a parking lot, but sometimes just for seconds it shows a field of tall grass swaying without wind. The noise didn't come from outside. Fragments circle back, each revolution revealing new details. The door is still half open, but now I can see movement in the white light beyond, shapes that might be shadows or might be something else entirely. The electrical humming grows stronger, harmonizing with the rhythm of my heartbeat until I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. My fingers remember touching something smooth and warm, alive in a way that metal shouldn't be. The memory surfaces without context, a surface that pulsed gently beneath my palm, responding to pressure with subtle shifts in temperature. When I try to focus on the memory, it slips away like water through cupped hands. Time stops in the bathroom mirror. My reflection lags behind my movements by fractions of seconds, creating a delay that makes me dizzy. The fluorescent light flickers in Morse code patterns, spelling out messages in a language I don't recognize but somehow understand. The tiles beneath my feet feel soft, yielding like flesh. The elevator doors open onto floors that shouldn't exist. Corridors stretch in impossible directions, lit by that same white light that moves like something alive. The carpet beneath my feet is warm and slightly damp, as if breathing. Door after door lines the hallway, each one slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of rooms that exist outside normal space. I taste copper and electricity. The buzzing intensifies until it drowns out everything else, until it becomes the only sound in a world gone suddenly silent. My skin prickles with static charge, hair standing on end as if I'm approaching something vast and charged with energy I can't comprehend. There were lights behind the trees, and now they're in front of them. The memory crystallizes for a moment, standing in a room that wasn't quite a room, surrounded by surfaces that curved impossibly, meeting at angles that hurt to perceive. The air thick with that metallic taste, charged with potential energy that made my teeth ache. Something was watching, something vast and patient and utterly alien to human experience. But the moment I try to hold the memory, it fragments again, scattering into sensory impressions that refuse to coalesce. The taste of ozone, the feeling of being observed by something that existed in too many dimensions. The sound of my own breathing, amplified and distorted until it became something foreign. The elevator button still doesn't illuminate, but now I understand why. The light isn't broken, it's waiting for the right moment, the right frequency, the right alignment of circumstances that will allow it to show me what lies beyond the highest floor. My finger hovers over its surface, feeling the warmth that radiates from within, the subtle vibration that matches the rhythm of that endless buzzing in my head. The doors will close again, the ascent will begin, and this time I know I won't question whether I'm truly moving at all, because I understand now that movement is relative, and some journeys happen in dimensions that don't have names. The mirrored walls reflect a stillness that isn't mine, showing glimpses of a self that experienced something beyond the boundaries of normal perception. The reflection knows things I'm not ready to remember, carries memories that exist in the spaces between thoughts, in the pause between heartbeats, in the silence between the elevator's absent hum and the sound of my own breathing. The floor beneath me shifts, and I realize it was never solid to begin with. Story 9. The air clung to my skin, heavy and palpable, yet motionless as if frozen in time. A soft, indigo glow pulsated around me, ebbing from the floor without a discernible source, casting shadows that stretched unnaturally long. I tried to focus, but the shape seemed to ripple like liquid solidified mid-movement. Each step I took met resistance, as if the ground resented my touch, yet offered no sound. My limbs moved, but not at my will, a disjointed marionette in a dance I didn't orchestrate. The silence pressed down, and there was a tremor, a hint that consciousness was not confined to just me in this unsettling space. To whoever finds this letter, if anyone ever does. I don't know why I'm writing this, maybe because the words need somewhere to go, need to exist outside my head before they eat through what's left of me. I've carried this weight for so long now that my bones ache with it. The secret has grown teeth, and it's been gnawing at my insides, leaving hollow spaces where certainty used to live. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Hell, I don't believe me most days, but the memory won't fade. It should have by now. Normal memories blur at the edges, soften with time like photographs left in sunlight. This one only grows sharper, more vivid, like it's happening again every time I close my eyes. I was different before. I think I was different. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if I've always been this way, if the person I remember being was just a dream I had once. But no, there was a before and an after, and that place, that impossible place, was the hinge between them. The indigo light, God, the indigo light, it follows me now, or maybe I follow it. I see it in the corner of my vision when I'm washing dishes, a soft pulse that makes my peripheral vision swim. I see it reflected in puddles on the street, glowing up from beneath the water like something is looking back at me. When I turn to look directly, it's gone, always gone, but the afterimage burns against my retinas, a phantom glow that reminds me I'm not imagining things. Or am I? That's the question that's been eating me alive, isn't it? The doubt that crawls under my skin and makes a nest there. I remember the feeling more than the details. That's what makes it so maddening. The sensation of moving without moving, of being pulled along by invisible strings while my conscious mind screamed in the backseat. My body wasn't mine in that place. It belonged to something else, something that understood the rules of that twisted geometry better than I ever could. The resistance, I can still feel it, like walking through thick honey, but honey made of air and intention and something that tasted purple when I breathed it in. Every step was a negotiation with forces I couldn't see, couldn't understand. My feet would lift and fall in rhythms I didn't choose, following pathways that curved through space in ways that shouldn't have been possible. I've tried to map it out, drawn diagrams on napkins and the backs of receipts, trying to make sense of the layout. But the lines always end up wrong. They curl back on themselves or disappear into margins that seem to stretch infinitely. The pencil feels heavy in my hand when I try, like something is pressing down on it, guiding it away from accuracy. The worst part was the awareness, that tremor of consciousness that wasn't mine. I felt it watching me, measuring me, learning the shape of my thoughts, not malevolent exactly, more like curious. The way a child might watch an ant navigate around obstacles, fascinated by the alien logic of its movements. But I was the ant in that scenario, wasn't I? Stumbling through a maze built by minds that operated on frequencies I couldn't tune into. I tried to tell someone once. My reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed like a safe audience, but when I opened my mouth to speak, the words came out wrong, backwards, like they were being played in reverse or translated through a language that doesn't exist. My reflection moved its lips in perfect synchronization, but the sounds belonged to someone else. I stopped looking in mirrors after that, stopped for weeks. When I finally worked up the courage to try again, I looked the same, exactly the same, but something behind my eyes was different, deeper, like there was more space in my skull than there used to be, and something had moved into the extra room. People notice, they don't say anything, but they notice. Conversations trail off when I approach. Cashiers hand me my change without making eye contact. Children stare at me on the street with that unblinking intensity they usually reserve for things that don't quite make sense. Their parents pull them closer, offer apologetic smiles, but I can see the confusion in their faces too. What do they see when they look at me? What shadow am I casting that makes them step aside without realizing they're doing it? The dreams are the worst part, if they are dreams. I'm never sure anymore where sleep ends and waking begins. The boundaries have gotten fuzzy, like someone smudged the line with their thumb. I'll be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, and suddenly I'm back in that place. The indigo light pulsing around me, the ground that yields without sound, the sense of being moved by invisible hands. But now I understand something I didn't before. I'm not alone there. I was never alone there. The space is full of others like me, all moving in that same disjointed dance. I can't see them clearly, but I can feel their presence. Warm spots in the cold air, disturbances in the light where bodies should be. We're all puppets in the same show, all following choreography we never learned. Sometimes I think I recognize them. The way one shadow moves reminds me of my neighbor, the one who used to water her garden every morning until she stopped coming outside altogether. Another has the hesitant gait of the librarian who quit last month without explanation, leaving behind a desk full of half-finished work and a coffee mug that still sits exactly where she left it. Are we all there together in that indigo space? Are we all dancing the same dance while our bodies sleep or stare blankly at walls or go through the motions of living in a world that feels increasingly thin? I catch myself sometimes standing in my kitchen with no memory of how I got there. The coffee pot is cold, the newspaper unread. Hours have passed, but they feel like minutes or maybe years. Time moves differently now. It pools and eddies around me like water, sometimes rushing forward in a torrent, sometimes standing perfectly still. The phone rings, but when I answer, there's only silence. Not empty silence, full silence, pregnant silence, like someone is there, listening to me breathe, learning the rhythm of my heartbeat. I've stopped answering. Let it ring. Let whoever it is learn what they need to learn from the sound of my absence. My handwriting looks different, have you noticed? I hadn't until I tried to sign a check last week and the pen felt foreign in my fingers. The letters slant at angles they never used to, curve in ways that seem almost decorative, almost like symbols, like I'm writing in a language I don't remember learning. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe I'm being translated, one cell at a time, one thought at a time, into something that can exist in both worlds. The regular world of grocery stores and traffic lights and small talk about weather, and that other place, that indigo place where the rules are written in a script I'm only beginning to understand. The hunger has started, not for food, for something else, something I can't name. It gnaws at me from the inside, a hollow ache that no amount of eating can fill. I find myself standing in front of the refrigerator at all hours, door open, cool air washing over my face, looking for something that isn't there, will never be there, because what I'm hungry for doesn't exist in this world. I think about going back. The thought comes to me at odd moments, usually when I'm doing something mundane like folding laundry or waiting for the bus. I'll be perfectly normal 1 second, and the next I'm overwhelmed by this pulling sensation, like someone has tied a rope around my sternum and is tugging gently, persistently, toward somewhere I can't see. Would I go if I knew how? If I could find the door again, would I walk through it willingly this time? The question scares me because I'm not sure of the answer. The rational part of my mind, the part that still remembers what it felt like to be fully human, screams no. But there's another part now, a part that tastes like indigo light and moves like liquid shadow, and that part whispers yes. Yes, with a longing that makes my chest ache. I'm forgetting things, important things, the name of my first pet, the color of my childhood bedroom walls, the sound of my mother's laugh. They're being erased or maybe just relocated, filed away in some part of my mind I no longer have access to, making room for new information. Information I don't want but can't seem to refuse. I know things now that I shouldn't know. The exact number of steps from my front door to the corner store, the frequency at which the street light outside my window flickers, the pattern of cracks in the sidewalk that leads to the library, not because I've counted or measured, but because the knowledge is just there, complete and perfect and utterly useless. Or maybe not useless. Maybe it's all part of something larger, a map I'm helping to create without understanding the destination. The letter is getting longer than I intended. My hand should be cramping by now, but it feels fine, better than fine, like it could write forever, like the words are flowing through me rather than from me. Is this still my voice you're reading? I'm not sure anymore. The thoughts feel like mine, but the rhythm is off. The cadence belongs to someone else. I should probably warn you, whoever you are reading this. If you found this letter, if you've read this far, then maybe you're like me. Maybe you've seen the indigo light in your peripheral vision, felt the ground resist your steps in dreams that don't feel like dreams. Maybe you've noticed your handwriting changing, your reflection becoming a stranger, the world growing thin around the edges. If so, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. But also, maybe I'm not sorry. Maybe this is how it's supposed to happen. Maybe we're all just waiting for our turn in that impossible dance, all destined to become translucent, to exist in the spaces between spaces. The light is getting stronger now. I can see it even with my eyes open, a soft indigo glow that seems to emanate from my own skin. My hands look different when I hold them up to the window, more translucent, like I'm becoming a ghost, or maybe like I was always a ghost and I'm just now remembering how to haunt properly. I think I'm running out of time, or maybe time is running out of me. The distinction doesn't seem to matter anymore. If you find this letter, if you read these words, remember that I was here once, fully here, fully human, fully myself. Remember that I had a name, even if I can't quite recall it now. Remember that I loved someone once, even if their face has become a blur in my memory. And if you start to see the indigo light, if you feel the ground begin to resist your steps, if your reflection starts to look like a stranger, don't fight it. It doesn't hurt in the end. It's like learning to breathe underwater, or like remembering how to fly. Frightening at first, but then it's just another way of being. The pen is getting heavy in my hand. The words are starting to curve and flow in directions I don't recognize. I should stop writing now, should fold this letter and put it somewhere safe, somewhere it might be found. But I don't think I can stop. I don't think I'm supposed to. The indigo light is everywhere now, pulsing in rhythm with something that might be my heartbeat, or might be the heartbeat of something much larger. The shadows are stretching again, reaching toward me with familiar longing. I think it's time to dance. Story 10. The list of supplies was complete, every item accounted for in the warehouse as of the last audit. Boxes were stacked uniformly along the northern wall, marked and color-coded according to protocol. The temperature was maintained at the specified range, preventing any potential damage to sensitive materials. A record exists of all entries and exits in the logbook, precise timestamps confirmed against the digital system. The corridor leading to the exit was clear, ensuring compliance with safety procedures. Only one pallet was shifted, slightly out of alignment, despite no reported movement. The count remained exact. Strangely though, one box was empty. I keep reading that report. The words blur together sometimes, like they're trying to tell me something I'm not ready to understand. My supervisor gave it to me yesterday, or maybe it was last week. Time feels sticky now, moments stretching and snapping back without warning. There's something about that empty box that makes my chest tight. When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. Cardboard the color of old coffee, the flaps hanging open like a mouth caught mid-scream. But that's not right, is it? Boxes don't scream. The warehouse, I worked there, I think I worked there. My hands remember the scanner, the weight of it against my palm. Beep after beep after beep, red light dancing across barcodes until my vision would blur. The concrete floor was always cold, even through my boots. Sometimes I would feel it creeping up through my soles, spreading through my bones like ice water. There was a sound, always a sound. Not the usual warehouse sounds, not the forklift engines or the radio crackling from the office or the slam of loading dock doors. This was different, underneath everything else, threading through the normal noise like a wire through fabric. A hum that seemed to come from the walls themselves, from the fluorescent lights hanging in their metal cages, from somewhere deeper than I could reach. I mentioned it once to someone, a coworker maybe. They looked at me like I'd grown a second head, said they didn't hear anything unusual, but how could they not hear it? It was so constant, so present, like breathing or heartbeat. You don't notice your heartbeat until something makes you pay attention, and then you can't stop hearing it. The northern wall, the boxes stacked there in perfect rows, each one labeled with numbers that made sense to someone else. I would walk that section every shift, scanner in hand, counting and recounting. The numbers always matched, they had to match. But there was one box. No, that's not right. There were hundreds of boxes, thousands maybe, all the same size, all the same weight, all containing the same mysterious contents that I never questioned because questioning wasn't part of the job description. You scan, you count, you move on. Except, there's a gap in my memory where something should be, like a tooth that's been pulled and your tongue keeps finding the empty socket. I know something happened in that warehouse, something that changed the way light falls across my vision, the way silence sounds in my ears. I remember the taste of metal, not like I was bleeding, not like I'd bitten my tongue, more like the air itself had turned metallic, like breathing in copper pennies and old batteries. It coated the back of my throat, made swallowing difficult. The empty box had my fingerprints on it. I know this even though no one told me, even though I never saw the forensics report. My hands remember touching those cardboard edges, feeling inside for whatever should have been there but wasn't. What was supposed to be in that box? Sometimes I wake up at night with the answer on the tip of my tongue, but it dissolves before I can catch it, like trying to hold on to a dream that's already fading. I'll lie there in the dark, heart pounding, knowing that I almost remembered something important. Something that would explain why I can't go back to the warehouse, why my old supervisor won't return my calls, why there are gaps in my employment record that no one wants to discuss. The palette was shifted, just slightly, but enough to break the perfect alignment. In a place where everything had its designated position, where order was maintained with obsessive precision, that small displacement felt enormous. Like a crack in a dam that starts tiny but means everything is about to give way. I can see the security camera in the corner, its red light blinking steadily. Recording everything, seeing everything, remembering everything I can't. There are hours of footage of me walking those aisles, scanning those boxes, maintaining that perfect inventory count. But I wonder if the camera caught what I can't remember. If somewhere in those digital files is the moment when everything changed. The temperature was always controlled, climate-controlled environment they called it, but I remember feeling cold, bone-deep cold that had nothing to do with the thermostat setting. Like standing in a walk-in freezer, but the gauge still read a comfortable 72 degrees. My breath never showed, but I felt like it should have. There was someone else there, not a coworker, not a supervisor, not anyone whose name appeared on the employee roster. A figure that stood too still, breathed too quietly, watched too intently. When I try to focus on the memory, it slips away like water through my fingers, but the feeling remains, the certainty that I was not alone, even when I should have been. The corridor to the exit was clear, the report says so. But I remember obstacles, shadows that moved when they shouldn't have, the sensation of something blocking my path even when nothing was there. Walking toward the door felt like moving through thick liquid, each step requiring enormous effort. My scanner stopped working that day, or night, I'm not sure which shift it was anymore. The red light would flash, but no beep would follow. The screen remained blank no matter how many barcodes I tried to read, like the device had suddenly forgotten its purpose, become nothing more than a plastic shell in my hands. That's when I found the empty box. Not found exactly, more like it found me, drew my attention with a magnetism I couldn't ignore. Among all those identical containers, this one stood out like a missing tooth in a smile. I approached it the way you might approach a sleeping animal, uncertain whether it would remain docile. The flaps were already open. Had they always been open? I couldn't remember seeing it before, but then again, there were so many boxes. How could I have noticed one among thousands? Yet somehow I knew it hadn't been empty before. Something had been removed, recently enough that the cardboard still held the impression of whatever had been inside. I reached then. The memory stops there, cuts off like a film reel that's been severed. Everything after that moment exists in fragments, pieces that don't quite fit together no matter how I arrange them. Sensations without context, emotions without explanations. The smell of ozone like the air after lightning strikes, the sensation of falling while standing perfectly still. A sound like glass breaking in reverse, shards flying together to form something whole and terrible. My own voice saying words I don't remember speaking, words that felt foreign in my mouth but familiar to some deeper part of me. And then nothing, a gap that stretches until I'm sitting in a different room, holding a report about inventory discrepancies, trying to understand why my hands are shaking, and why the fluorescent lights above me sound exactly like that warehouse hum. The doctors say it's stress, post-traumatic stress from a workplace incident they won't describe in detail. They give me pills that make the edges of everything soft and blurry, that quiet the hum but don't make it disappear entirely. They schedule appointments where they ask careful questions and write careful notes, but never quite look me in the eye. What workplace incident? What happened that day? The more I ask, the vaguer their answers become. Privacy laws, they say, ongoing investigation, best not to dwell on it. Focus on moving forward, on healing, on finding a new normal. But how can I move forward when I don't know what I'm moving away from? I've tried going back to the warehouse, not inside, just to the parking lot, to see if the sight of the building would unlock something in my memory. But the lot is empty now, weeds growing through cracks in the asphalt. A for lease sign hangs crooked on the chain link fence, like the place never existed, like it was all some elaborate hallucination. But I have the report, physical proof that it was real, that I was there, that something happened. The paper feels normal between my fingers. The text is printed in standard corporate font. The letterhead looks official. Yet reading it feels like looking at evidence of someone else's life. The empty box haunts me, not just the memory of it, but the question it represents. What was inside? Who took it? Why can't I remember? Sometimes I think I can feel it, whatever was in that box, like it's still with me somehow, integrated into my bloodstream or lodged in my brain tissue. A presence that changes the way I perceive light, the way I process sound, the way I exist in space. As if removing it from its cardboard container didn't destroy it, but released it into something larger and more complex. Oh my God. The thought should be absurd, but it settles into my mind with the weight of truth. Whatever was in that box is now part of me, and I am part of it. The empty container wasn't a theft or a loss, but a completion, a transaction that I initiated but can't remember finishing. The hum is getting louder, not the external hum from lights or machinery, but something internal. Something that pulses in rhythm with my heartbeat, that grows stronger when I focus on the warehouse memories. It's trying to tell me something, trying to guide me toward the truth I'm not ready to face. But I'm getting closer. Each fragment of memory, each sensory flash, each moment of recognition brings me nearer to understanding. The pieces are starting to align, like that shifted palette finding its proper position. Soon, very soon, I think I'll remember everything. The empty box, the missing contents, the reason my fingerprints were the only ones found. I can feel it stirring inside me, whatever I took from that cardboard container, whatever took me in return. It's been patient, allowing me to adjust gradually to its presence, but now it's ready to reveal itself fully, to show me what I've become. The report is still in my hands, but the words are changing, or maybe my ability to read them is changing. The neat corporate language is dissolving, revealing something else underneath. Instructions, perhaps, or warnings, or promises of what's to come. I should be afraid, some part of me is screaming that I should be terrified, but the hum is so soothing now, so familiar, like coming home after a long journey, like remembering a song I used to know. The empty box was never empty, it was waiting, and now that waiting is almost over. I think I'll stop writing now. The memories are getting stronger, clearer. Soon I won't need to piece them together from fragments. Soon I'll understand everything. Something is waking up inside me, something that's been sleeping since that day in the warehouse. And when it's fully awake, I don't think I'll be the same person who started writing this account. The box was empty because I filled it with myself, and now it's time to see what I've become.